Hi, hello, welcome to the Adventure Corner. Picross? What? Oh, a spreadsheet for painting. Okay. Hi, I'm your host, Robot Spacer, and we're gonna try painting. We'll see how it goes. Everything's weird. The monitor's over here instead of in front of me like it normally is, which is very weird. So if I'm looking at more of a sideways angle than usual, that's why. That's what I have to do to see chat. So, I guess I'll switch to this. I got a lot of painting stuff here. To me, that is normal. Yeah. Also, hello 6-7 and Unsecret Crush. Painting. My brain isn't entirely functional. Oh, that has a mildly doxing for Unsecret Crush price sticker on it. Just we'll turn that around. Can face the corner. I got a bunch of Liquitex paints, acrylic paints. High viscosity acrylic. I don't know what the significance of that is. From Unsecret Crush, they're all very old, but I'm sure they're fine. Oh, it's got a price sticker with the name of a city on it. So I've got all those. I don't really know if it's going to be all the paints I will need, but today's kind of just practice. We're going to start out with doing some little paintings. So tiny versions, approximately this size.
I'm so curious, what is the little sticker? Oh! Okay. I can take care of that.
Sure.
That is slightly
Oh.
because that store doesn't exist anymore, but also whatever. It's not worth keeping.
Would you mind grabbing me some scissors?
Yeah.
Or do we have scissors in here somewhere?
There's some snips in my little Gundam kit, but if you need like scissors.
Like scissors for cutting paper.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you know what people that know I shopped at Hobby Lobby in the 90s? I mean, that's up to you. I guess you've now told everyone. So I've got printouts of the latest sketch. This is the actual latest sketch, which is just hanging out here. That's what we did last time. Scissors. Oh, sorry.
Fancy Japanese scissors.
Thank you for presenting the scissors. They're weird. They're curved. I don't fully understand it.
I put away the
But they're
packaging, so I already forgot the brand name, but they're special. They're special Japanese scissors.
Nakahayashi?
Okay,
I think.
that's the brand name, and then the type they are is
Weird. They're weird type.
okay, that just says stainless steel.
Yeah.
There's something Kiri, because Kiri means cut.
Okay. Thank you. So let's set that aside. I made some little printouts so we can transfer those onto our painting surface. I'll go ahead and cut this out right now. We'll be using this charcoal to do that, which is a process I have not done in a very long time. But it should work out fine. Also from Unsecret Crush, we have this well-loved palette knife, which I did my best to clean up. It had a lot of gunk on it, and I didn't think it was gunk that was going to come off, but I figured I would make sure. So some steel wool took care of that. And now it's nice and shiny. I also did a bigger one in case we want to do something a little larger, but I have a very good feeling we won't get past the first tiny test painting today. I picked up some brushes at Michael's, just a variety of sizes. Seems like this will probably be pretty good. While I was looking at brushes, I kind of reconsidered my plans. Originally, I was going to paint very large, but I think this is maybe too large. But part of this process we're starting today is just kind of figuring out like what is a comfortable size to paint at. But my current plan is to do something, I guess actually probably pretty close to this size that we've been drawing it. So I picked up, oh yeah, we also have a Stay Wet palette, which I have not opened yet. Can't wait to find out live on stream if 25-plus-year-old acrylic paints turn into dust. Yeah, that'll be exciting for everyone. Or perhaps separate like old sunscreen. And if they do, then I guess I'll figure out something else to do today. Or maybe we'll just talk about art supplies and not actually accomplish anything. So this is a Stay Wet palette. So I can like mix some paints and then close this up and keep those paints usable for a period of time. I don't actually know how long. Paints will not dry out, like ever? I mean, it kind of suggests that. So hopefully, you know, like if I want to, you know, start a painting one week and then continue it the next week, hopefully this will keep the paints fresh that long. But, you know, even if it doesn't work for that period of time, it'll at least help a lot. So it's sealed, I imagine that's so. Yeah, I suppose so. It's just, I don't know. It seems like they would dry out eventually. Like it doesn't, I don't know, maybe it is completely airtight, but it doesn't really seem like it. And then it's just got a bunch of like little sheets of paper to put your paints on, and then a sponge underneath it. We'll have to get wet at some point. And then, so for the actual painting surface, when I was first reading up on, you know, tips for painting, I just found this website that seemed like, you know, it was like, this is good enough. I'll just use this one website as my sole source of information. So just in picking out supplies, I pretty much relied on that website. Like, it seemed like, you know, as a perfectly fine starting point, and then I can kind of figure stuff out on my own from there. But they suggested these, it's like a manufactured wood board with gesso already on top of it to prime it for painting. And this isn't the exact brand they recommended, but it's basically the same thing. It seems like a nice surface to paint on. You know, it's not nearly as thick as a canvas, and it's also nice and smooth. Like, I didn't really want like the, you know, crosshatch fabric texture of a canvas, because it's not, you know, what I'm going for. So my plan was to use this, but this stuff is really heavy. And like, I was just like, I'm going to end up with a bunch of like little paintings, and then they're just very heavy to store. And like, I don't know. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. Obviously, you know, I could throw them out or whatever, but I don't know. It just got me to reconsider it. And then I happened to notice these little canvas boards, which have a much finer texture than most of the other canvas I was looking at. So I thought I'd start with this and see how it goes. If I find the texture annoying, then we'll switch to this, or maybe I'll just try both and see what I like better. But this seemed like a better place to start, just because it's super lightweight and it's, you know, even thinner. So we'll see how it goes. Let's see. I also wanted to give kind of an update on game stuff. I have been continuing to work on little improvements to the game. Xenolon gave me some really great feedback on the brisket conversation. I kind of figured that was going to be the primary spot where I worked on the game without you. I'm sorry, Val. Also, it's good to see you. I did say that I would do this. I'm sorry if that's disappointing. But it's just kind of little tweaks and bug fixes and stuff at this point. And the process at this point is kind of tedious because, like, I have to update the game, and then because I'm working on getting everything ready to put up on GitHub, like I have to export all the text in a very manual way, and then I have to take the code and paste it into the 400K version for running on the original Macintosh. So it's a very tedious process, and it's much easier for me to do it off stream, and it's not super interesting. But I made a bunch of little tweaks to the brisket conversation. Oh yeah, another thing is, like, I've mentioned many times that I struggle to write dialogue on stream for some reason. I'm not sure why that is. Like, I think it's just I tend to want to just sit and think, and like I can't talk and think about dialogue at the same time, I think is kind of what it is. So, me working on that on stream would just be a lot of silence, and that's fine. Lots of people do like co-working streams or whatever, so I could do something like that, but I figured it'd just be easier to do it off stream. And I've been doing a lot of like refining that kind of stuff. So that conversation has been changed around a little bit to make the puzzles around it a little bit more. I'm trying to think of a way to. I've tried my best to make it more clear. I'm trying to like describe this vaguely and also like not spoil the puzzle that we've already talked about many times on stream. Just make it more clear how certain things work in the game, so that it's easier to figure out that puzzle. I think that's about the best way I can summarize it. So just lots of subtle tweaks to dialogue and things like that. And now I'm out of... the other thing I did was add some additional responses. So there's a couple of points where Brisket will ask you questions. And the second question in particular is the tricky one. And, it's reasonable to have some different thoughts about what that might be. So I have added some responses for other, like, I think what'll be the most likely things that people will guess for that question. So that makes it more clear that the game is like, understanding. It's really helpful in a text parser game to get responses for things to make it clear that like you're on the wrong track, as opposed to like you're just not picking the right word that the game understands. So hopefully that'll help. And then there's also kind of some subtle, that gives me some room for additional like subtle hints at how to figure out that puzzle. Let's see. And then I ran out of room for code in that scene, so I can't add any additional conversation with Brisket at this point unless I like trim down what I already have, which I've already tried to do a little bit. So I think at this point, I've done the best that I can, And aside from like very subtle tweaks, if anyone catches any like typos or finds some bugs that are still sneaking by there, I think it's pretty much done now. Another interesting thing I discovered, so we have this token in the game that is basically an obol, and I guess I'm going to spoil this one, but there's a bonus point you can get for putting it on your eye. It's a completely optional thing, and you get a funny response to it. I think that was Culinaria's idea. And I was reading up about that. I can't remember why I looked it up, but I looked on Wikipedia, and it turns out putting those coins on the eyes of the dead is not actually a thing that was ever done. They were actually placed in the mouth. Sometimes coins are found at like the feet of the deceased. And if I recall correctly, it's not really understood why that is sometimes done, but generally they were placed on or in the mouth. So once I learned about that, I was like, oh, well, that should be an option in the game for this bonus point also. So that is supported now as well. Oh, and I also fixed a bug where you could put the coin on your eye as many times as you want and get infinite points. Oops. It was kind of funny because I made a variable to keep track of that, and I set the variable, but I didn't ever check it. So it set the variable and just let you do it again anyway. Let's see. Made a bunch of other super minor improvements. I spent a lot of time tweaking the commands menu. I realized there were some cases where like I was removing a bunch of commands from that menu that were actually still relevant. Like basically in close-ups, I wanted to remove all the, north, south, east, west because you don't use those, and I wanted to add a back option to go back to the room you're in. And I had kind of oversimplified that menu, and I realized that was potentially confusing, and in fact made a couple of puzzles maybe harder to solve because the player would maybe think that they couldn't do those things in the close-up. You could still type the commands, but without them in the menu, if people were used to using the menu for those commands, they might think that they couldn't do them. So that's just more consistent, and I think will help out a little bit. And then the last thing I did is, well, first of all, I've been spending way too much time over the past week working on robotspacer.software. I think I'm finally pretty much done with that at this point. Just spent a lot of time tweaking the design and little subtle things. I'll go ahead and post that in chat here. It's got a nice dark mode now. Oh, how I wish Command V would work in OBS. Silver, hello. I've been here a bit as my Final Fantasy XIV Free Company Guild is taking group photos to remember the last expansion before the new one releases. That's great. Hope you're having a nice time. So yeah, I've been continuing to work on that site and finished up lots of little things that were bothering me about it. But I think it's in pretty good shape now. And one of the things I've been doing is putting together, it's basically a help page, but I wanted to kind of model it after Infocom's Invisiclues booklets. If you're not familiar with those, basically you get a book and a marker, and the book would have a bunch of questions with several blank spots after each question. And if that question, you'd look through, like if you got stuck in the game, you'd look through and find a question that's relevant to where you're stuck, and then you would use the marker to go over the first blank spot, and it would reveal the first hint. And generally, it would give you a very subtle hint at first, and then like increasingly give you more information, more significant nudges in the right direction. And then typically the last clue would just flat out tell you what to do, or make it very plain. So I've always really liked that approach. And if you've ever been to UHS Hints, UHS-hints.com, I think is the URL. Like, I feel like that is very much modeled after that system. So I wanted to do something similar, and I spent a bunch of time writing that, and putting together a little site. So the way I set it up, like you go to the page, and you just have a list of questions. And I tried really hard to write questions that aren't spoilers themselves, which is tricky. And mine's a little bit different than the way Infocom did them, because kind of there's fewer questions and like way more answers, because it just it felt a little easier to do it that way. So you click on a question, and then a bunch of blank spots appear, and then you can click on each blank spot and have the answer like fade in slowly to give kind of a similar effect to using the marker. And I like the way it came out, and I'm excited about that. And I also had a lot of fun writing it. I think I did a pretty good job writing it in a way that's like both entertaining and helpful. So I'm curious to see what people think of that. So hopefully that'll help for the situations where people still get stuck, which I'm sure will happen. Game Dev Jeff, hello. I know y'all just put together a hint book for the Zen of kayaking. That's correct, right? Sorry, I'm trying to grab a link to that here. What did you... I haven't looked at the hint book, but like it sounded like maybe you did Route 13 on the answers in your hint book or something. Oh, I figured out how to do click to reveal text in PDFs using LaTeX for our hint guy, but we scrapped it for a manual decoding system. Interesting. I did not know. I guess it makes sense. PDFs can do kind of an absurd amount of stuff if you know how to do it. Something like that. Okay. Very interesting. That way people can print the PDF and do it on paper if they feel like it. Yeah, that makes sense. I did kind of think about that, but I figure I've got a nice web page that will work well on both phones and tablets and computers, etc. So I think that'll be flexible enough. I did consider coming up with some way to make it printable, but at the moment, if you print it out, you'll just see all the answers. Okay. So I think that's everything I wanted to share about that. Let's see, I'm still waiting on... well, first I need to finish up some testing and get the latest beta online, and I've got one beta tester that wasn't able to test right away, but hopefully we'll be able to do that in a little bit. I figure that would be great to have someone, fully test it after I've made all my little tweaks and stuff. Silver said, speaking of websites and CDN websites, I really need to figure out a domain for the CDN website. Oh, I missed another comment about that. I saw it, but I didn't read it. Really need to finish my CDN website. What are you putting together for that exactly? Okay. I'm just kind of looking at this. It's very smooth. I don't think, like, there's a little bit of texture to it, but I don't think it would really show up on camera. I hope this works out well, because it would be nice. It would be nice if it did. because this is just like, I wish I could fully communicate how heavy this stuff is. Like, it's not absurdly heavy. It's just, for what it is, it's several times heavier than the canvas board. Okay, so I'm gonna get this wet. No more wasted paint. Masterson's patented process keeps acrylics and other water-based paints moist on the open palette for hours. Once the lid is closed, the paints will stay in workable condition for days, even weeks. How did I miss that when I was looking at this before? Okay, so that's good. Like, it sounds like that'll meet my needs. A unique sponge and special permeable palette paper provide the paint with a constant source of moisture. Paints will not dry out. I guess my eye just went to that last statement. I'm just looking for instructions. Like, exactly how wet do I want to get this is my question. And it apparently is not going to tell me that. Five sheets of Stay Wet acrylic palette paper. That's the other thing, like, it's got a bunch of sheets in here. I assume I should take all but one of them out. Huh, there's 6. I got a freebie. Nice. Unless one of these sheets is something else. I think they're all the same. Yeah.
Here you go.
What? Thank you. I don't know how I missed that. There was 3 things in one?
3 sheets, and like that. The actual instructions were in between this.
Yeah.
And then this was just like I guess a parts list of other products by the same company.
I was so sure that was just one piece of paper.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Key to success with your Stay Wet palette is proper preparation of the palette. Please read these instructions carefully. Be sure to always use Masterson Stay Wet acrylic palette paper. These instructions will not work with other types of palette paper. Prepare the Stay Wet acrylic paper using the hottest water you can get from the tap, and place a sheet of Masterson acrylic paper in the sink or other water basin until the paper is fully submerged. Let the paper soak for about 15 minutes. I should have read this before stream. Soaking in longer will not hurt the paper. Quick tip for best results. Place the paper into a microwave-safe dish of water and microwave it on high until the water boils, about 3 to 5 minutes. Wet the sponge. Before using the sponge for the first time, rinse it thoroughly under running water to remove the surface additives used in manufacturing. Fully saturate the sponge with cold water and wring half of the water out of the sponge. This is so complicated. I was like, I'm just going to put some water in the bottom of this and put the paper on top, and it'll be fine. So cold water on the sponge, hot water on the paper. Okay. Place the wet sponge in the palette tray. For best results, place the smooth side of the sponge face up in the tray. Neither side of this is smooth. One side is wrinkly. The other side is patterned with a like manufactured texture. I assume this is what they mean by the smooth side. Place a piece of the Stay Wet paper prepared in step 1 on top of the sponge. Use a paper towel or soft cloth to wipe off the excess moisture on top of the paper. Place your paints on the paper. The paints will slowly absorb moisture from the sponge through the paper. Darker paint colors will sometimes bleed back onto the sponge. Simply wash out the sponge when you are finished with your project by rinsing under water. The paper is strong and will not easily tear even if you use a palette knife to mix paints on it. Great. Helpful tips. Paper is reusable. Simply wash off the paint with a light scrubbing and reuse it immediately or let it dry out and re-wet later. Okay, interesting. Both sides of the paper are usable. Paint stains do not affect the process. Don't be concerned if the dry sponge does not fit properly in the tray. Once it's wet, it will change shape to fit. Okay, I was wondering about that. If you were painting in very hot, dry, or windy conditions, we don't have to worry about that. Transporting your palette. While the lid fits snugly on the tray, the seal is not watertight. Container should be transported in a horizontal flat position. If mildew or unpleasant odors occur, the probable cause is impurities in the water. It's your water's fault if it smells bad. Try using distilled water to moisten the sponge, or use undiluted 3% hydrogen peroxide in a spray bottle and spray the inside of the tray and the top of the wet sponge. Blah, blah, blah. Sponge can be cleaned by...
This is what it looks like for me. I've refreshed.
Huh.
Something seems to be wrong.
Is stream dead for anyone else? Because I have 0 dropped frames. My bitrate looks fine. Oh yeah, it's frozen on my iPad as well. Oh, okay. I think we're okay. I think it should be fine if y'all refresh. It's back now, but super delayed. Rude as hell. It's not my fault, it's Twitch's fault. Silver said, brief description of what the Consulting Detective Network is, brief history of games we've played with links to each playlist, promo descriptions, links to everyone who's participated. Nice. Sounds great. Oh, it never dropped for you, Silver. Fascinating. It might have been like our Wi-Fi being a goofball or something. That generally hasn't been an issue in a while, but things happen. Or it could have been like something like a specific Twitch server or something like that. Anyways, so I'm going to go get this wet, and we're going to need this to get started, really. Yeah, so I'll get this started and let it soak for 15 minutes, and then we'll work on transferring the drawing onto the canvas board. And then hopefully by the time I'm done with that, the paper will be soaked and ready to go. So I'm just going to take a quick break here while I work on the palette, and I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes probably. Power of the OK Games theme song kept me connected. Good. Oh, yeah, I did intentionally disable all the fun distractions for today. But if we need to waste time, we can do a Mac break, since we're all set up for Mac games. But hopefully that won't be necessary. But yeah, I'll just take a quick break and I'll be back in a few. Okay. We put some water in our electric kettle. Got that to a boil, and it is now soaking for 15 minutes. Oh, Xenolon, hello. Great to see you. I owe you some feedback on Transfer Point, but work has finally picked up lately. I also owe you some feedback on Transfer Point. Your last feedback you gave me was super helpful. The part you got stuck at was a point that I knew was going to be a problem for probably most people, honestly. But I didn't want to mess with it too much until I got some feedback. But the things you said you tried gave me some good ideas about how to improve things a bit there. So I have a new beta that is pretty much ready to go. I just haven't had enough time to fully test it. But I will try to get that uploaded soon. Were you able to get further on your own? Also, hello, and I hope you're doing well, if I didn't say that already. So we're waiting on the palettes for 15 minutes, and now we're going to transfer this drawing to one of our canvas boards here. So I figured this is still too big for the process I want to do right now, but like half of this is a pretty good size. So we can do a couple of them on one board. This doesn't need to be accurate, like I could just freehand it and accomplish what I'm trying to do here, but I feel like, especially since I'm streaming, this will just kind of make it easier, and I can also test out the transfer process here. Let's see. I'm gonna need to, my hands are gonna be a mess, so I'm gonna need to go wash my hands. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take the headphones out now. This will probably be one of the messier parts of the process here. So this is some charcoal. And then the idea is you just rub this on the back of your drawing. All right, I'm gonna need a pencil for this. I moved the pencils elsewhere. Foolish of me. Okay, that's probably plenty. All right. I'm gonna go wash my hands real quick. Be right back. I wish I had a setup that would allow me to be a little messier and not have to worry about it, but unless I decide I want to do this kind of stuff regularly, which I kind of don't see happening, it didn't seem worth trying to set up anything different than usual. Like, hopefully this will be fun and, you know, I can do it again in the future, but I doubt I'll do it super often. Okay, so we got our charcoal in the back, and then the idea is we just draw over this and, you know, pushing down on this side of the paper will transfer that charcoal onto the canvas. And it works. This doesn't have to be perfect. Just kind of want to get the idea of it on there. So I can focus on the actual painting and not the details we've already spent time working out. Okay. A little messy, which isn't ideal. I probably could have used a little bit less charcoal. Like I said, I haven't done this in a long time. I just noticed my chat on my iPad is still busted. It's weird. Like, I reloaded the stream and the stream itself is fine now. But it's not reconnecting to chat. Let's restart the Twitch app. Okay. I can now see Unsecret Crush asking Busted how, so we're back in business. Twitch has been wonky lately. Yeah, it seems that way. Very rude of it. Okay, I think I got everything. So that's the bottom of the tree here. That's good enough. So we got 5 minutes on the palette. Oh, I should have done that outline just to keep track of where that is, but that's okay. I also missed this over here. Okay. So once the palette is ready, I'll need to figure out paint. Let's see. Let's inventory our colors here. We have Prussian blue, Phthalo. That's a weird fucking word. Phthalo. Phthalo green, blue shade in parentheses, Mars black, Oh god, there's another one. Naphthol Crimson? NaphtHol. I feel like you shouldn't have that many H's so close together in a word. Payne's Gray, Payne, in parentheses, mixture. I don't know what that means. Titanium White. Sap Green, permanent. That one is also a mixture. I guess it's like a mixture of other paints, I guess? Hooker's Green, hue, permanent. Also a mixture. Good old ultramarine blue, green shade. This is a weird one because it's a different brand. Permalva Artist Color Dioxazine Purple. And then we have Brilliant Yellow, Cadmium Yellow, Medium Hue mixture. Yellow Oxide. Good old Burnt Sienna. And Alizarin Crimson Hue, permanent. New color position. Huh, what the hell does that mean? Did someone say crimson? Yes. Hello, Julia. I hope you are doing well. I have no idea what any of the pigment labels mean. Yeah. Oh, very confusing. Phthalo? Phthalo? Not phthalo? Phthalo. Okay. I trust you on this. Phthalo. What about the other one? Naphthol. Did I get that right? That's the best I can do with the two H's in that one. Looking forward to some painting. Me too. I'm looking forward to if I'm able to accomplish any painting. Alizarin Crimson is kind of like a dark magenta, more pinky than the label color. Okay. So I can't trust I can't trust anything. Like the label, like it's a very dark, almost brown red, which is interesting. Phthalo is how my art teachers in Southern Illinois said it anyway. Okay. That's good enough for me. Let's check out our brushes here. So I got this set from Michaels. Why did Michaels come out Michaels? These things just happen sometimes, I guess. Pretty sure it's spelled a lizard in crimson. Hello, Resmace. Okay. Oh, huh. It's just this interesting little, like, shrink wrap around the brushes. Oh, right. I was going to grab a paper towel to put brushes on. And I need shit. There's so many things I didn't think of. Once again, I didn't really have time to fully prepare for stream. So I did as much as I could. And I was like, we'll just wing it. And we'll figure it out as we go. And I'm sure that's fine. So we got lots of different sizes here. Some of them are round, some are flat, and some are... One of them is a wash. I assume the largest one is considered a wash brush. But I'm unclear on that. 5/8 inch. Yeah, that seems about right. So hopefully this will work out well. Like, I feel like these will be good for the size we're working at today, at least. And that'll help me figure out if, like, you know, I'm comfortable doing like small details and stuff. That's the name of my sequel. Okay. Our paper is done cooking. So let me go grab that real quick and get it in the sponge tray. I'll just leave it on this scene. It won't take long, I think. Okay. Hello. We got the forbidden cup of water that I need to make sure not to accidentally drink out of it at any point. We got our Stay Wet palette, which should be ready to go. I guess it doesn't really look like much, but you can now see that the sponge fits perfectly as advertised. Oh boy. Okay. Let's clean things up a little here. Oh, I was gonna get a paper plate to set brushes on. I'll have to go grab that. Riz Mason says, painting on wet paper, just what will those eggheads in R&D think up next? Maybe a spearmint kneaded eraser? A turpentine ballpoint? Left-handed scissors? What marvels await? Speaking of drinking, do you have a non-forbidden cup of water? Yeah, I have my water bottle and also some Sprite. Hello, Robot's friend. Are you playing the drinking water versus paint water game? I've lost that one. Oh no. I don't think I've painted enough to lose that game myself. But I certainly have played it before. Okay. Just kind of giving myself as much space as I can here. Oh no. Okay, let me go grab that. I'm just gonna use a paper towel, I think. 1 minute. Okay, I also had the foresight to think, I'm just going to grab this whole paper towel roll in case I suddenly knock over the forbidden cup of water or something like that. I hope that doesn't happen, but better to be prepared if it does. Okay, so that's just to keep my brushes on when they're wet. All right, let's mix some paints, I guess. This is all very, like I haven't painted in a very long time. This feels like probably the most, serious attempt at painting I've ever done in my life. I've certainly never had a fancy Stay Wet palette before. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. So let's think about colors we need. We need definitely some kind of skin tone. We're gonna have lots of let's see. So her jacket is gonna be green. I think for this one, part of this process is gonna be thinking about color and working out what colors I want everything to be. But I think for this first one, I'm gonna get out the kind of idea I have in my head of what this looks like, which is gonna be more muted in tone than what I was hoping to accomplish. But I think I need to get that out and see what it looks like. And then from there I can think about if I want to try to add more color. So green jacket, the ground is going to be lots of greens and maybe some brown. So there's going to be a lot of greens. The sky, I still would like to make that kind of some sort of like purple pinky gradient situation. But I'm also wondering if it might work better in the end to just do like dark black void like the game describes it. So I think for this one I'm going to attempt a pinky purple situation. Thank you, Res Mason. Silver says, while you were away, I had enough time to prep a bunch of thumbnails for the AITD nonsense. Oh, is that tomorrow you're starting that? Shoot, I might miss that, which is a bummer because I'm excited about it. I feel like it'll probably be a long time before I have a chance to get to that myself, so I would really like to see some of it. But I can always watch the VOD. No idea how long this new one is supposed to be. Yeah, I have heard not a lot about it. I got the impression it wasn't as successful as hoped. But like, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not a good game. Like, from what I heard, it was kind of what I was hoping for out of a remake of Alone in the Dark, which is, you know, staying pretty faithful to the original, but just kind of, you know, modernizing the gameplay to better match what people expect of a game these days, which I think is totally fine. Like, you know, the actual, like, controls and movement and stuff are certainly not what appealed to me in the original. I think there's a kind of a weird charm to, like, you know, those very dated, like, tank controls and stuff like that, but I'm certainly never tied to it. I do like fixed camera angles. Can definitely add an interesting aspect to, like, a survival horror game in particular, but thank you, Xenon. Absolute delay starting in the dark for unsecret space or unavailability. Don't worry about that. Not necessary. Okay, so we got greens. We got lots of greens. Phthalo green, excuse me. Sap green. Hooker's green. Are those all the greens? So I'm just going to get a little dab of each of these and see what they look like. I'll start with that since we have so much green. That looks like paint. It's not dust. Oh, it came out a little easier than I expected. Okay. That looks pretty dark, but like the edges of it are super vibrant. So it might, that's the phthalo green. And this one's sap green. Oh, okay. So the phthalo green is, it says transparent towards the bottom. This one is translucent. And then the hooker's green is also translucent. Oh, okay. This is a much more yellowy green. That's actually a great color for her jacket. And obviously we can do some mixing here. Like if I were buying paints, this is probably more than I would have picked up. Just kind of start with more basic colors and then mix to get the specific hues I want. Okay. So I don't know that I've ever actually used a palette knife. Actually, I don't really want to do any mixing right now, but I guess I want to kind of like spread these out a little. Okay. Interesting. It's a very like vibrant bluish green. Yeah, I might need more. Got myself a paper towel just for wiping off the palette knife here. Why are you spraying them with the palette knife if you aren't mixing? I just kind of like, when it's in a big blob, it's kind of hard to tell what the color actually looks like. So I'm just trying to spread it out a little bit more to see. And I'm also just kind of killing time to think about how to actually paint. I 100% wanted to and meant to watch some more like introduction to painting videos. So I'd feel like I had more of an idea what I was doing. But my research consists of, I Googled art supply or acrylic painting supplies and found a single website that I was like, yeah, this is good enough. Later, I Googled like how to paint with acrylics. I watched one video that was a woman just like demonstrating different like techniques, which was like a little more specific than what I was looking for. And then I found another one that was like a 12-minute video of this guy painting a huge, very photorealistic painting of a lion, which is like 100% completely different from what I'm doing. But it was kind of a good like intro to, you know, like one person's like approach to painting with acrylics, and it was actually like pretty helpful. Like one thing I was kind of thinking about is like, does it make sense to like put a layer of color down and then like build on top of that, which is what he did. So that was good to see. Just that made sense. I'm not sure if I'm actually going to do that here, but like, it feels like for at least some areas, that's the thing that makes sense to me. Like he did like a complete over the entire painting, like just kind of a like a yellowish brown color, I think it was. But you know, he was also painting like this close up of a lion, so like, you know, all the entire painting was, you know, lion's face. So, you know, it made more sense to do that. What else did I learn? That's about it, probably. This is what scrap paper for swatch testing is for. Sure. I would encourage you to dip a brush in the colors and make little swatches in a margin or something. Sure. I mean, I've got lots of room to experiment with here. Now I'm just thinking about brushes. I guess this is a good size since I'm working pretty small. I'm just gonna like I like this green. I'm just gonna start painting some of her jacket. Like, it 100% does not matter if this comes out looking terrible, if I'm doing everything completely wrong. Painted the cover based on this YouTube video and it got out of hand. That sounds about right. It is interesting that all the greens we have are either translucent or transparent, which is not Okay, so we have some yellow oxide that's opaque. Most of these are translucent or transparent. We have burnt sienna is opaque. White is opaque. Payne's gray is opaque. Mars black is opaque. And the rest are translucent or transparent. Which is probably not what I would have picked out if I was picking out the paints myself, but I really don't know, like, you know, what I want out of paints. Like, it feels to me like it would make more sense to have like your base colors be opaque, and then, you know, like if you're adding highlights or something, doing shadows, like then you would want to use transparent for that kind of stuff. So like this is going on a little more transparent than I like, but we can always, you know, layer it up a little if necessary. Yeah, exactly what I was just saying. Xenolon said, I have a minor in painting. The best advice I ever got was just put paint on the canvas. The art will take care of itself after that. Interesting. I do feel like with a lot of things, like it feels like the biggest hurdle is to just get started. Which is why I wanted to just kind of do this, even though I have no idea what I'm doing. You know, I feel like, you know, ultimately, it's at some point I just got to start on it and, you know, figure it out as I go. So why not share that process as well? Now what? Obviously there's lots of more green we could fill in here. Actually, let me I'm gonna put some of the same green for the base for the tree leaves, because I feel like it's kind of a good color for that. And then I'll try mixing up a skin tone color. I'm kind of I was going for a specific word and my brain refused to give me that word. Freehand. I'm going to freehand the top of the tree here because the shape didn't come out how I wanted. I was trying to get freehand out of my head, and freelance was the only thing my brain was giving me, which is incredibly rude of my brain to do. I don't actually know what color this house is. We'll have to figure that out. Does the game describe the color of the house? The reference we used was... let's see, do I have a save file? The reference we used was a very white house, and like I knew that wasn't what I wanted the house to look like. Excuse me. I'm just curious if we describe it at all. I don't think the color is described. I don't think I have generally described colors of many things. I remember that I described the watering can because that was based on a real life watering can. I described the colors of that exactly the way the real one is. But yeah, this just says you're at the top of a small hill leading up to a totally normal house. A walkway leads north up to the porch, etc. No mention of color. But I feel like it's certainly darker in color than the reference I used. I don't know if it's just gray or if it's something else. I'll have to figure that out. Hello, Dronon. Good to see you. This is a good time to talk about my my PD Island thoughts. I won't go into too much detail about them, but I have spent some time looking over my notes, and I went a little Maupidi mad the other day. Just going over my notes and like thinking up different theories and stuff. Just because it feels like that's kind of necessary at this point. Like, I'm feeling pretty stuck, and I knew I needed to spend a little bit of time off stream thinking about stuff. And I wrote down a bunch of thoughts that I had that I want to explore further on stream. I guess this is one discovery I made that I'll go ahead and talk about a little bit, which is that I thought that when we were getting new questions in the quiz, that this was a good indicator that I was answering questions correctly. And that seemed true to a point where I think it strongly influenced what I thought was the correct answers to a bunch of the questions, or at least some of the questions. But I looked over the quizzes I already did, and there was one in particular where I accidentally said that juiced killed juiced. And, like, while it is, you know, possible that that is the correct answer, there's nothing to suggest that is what happens. I do kind of... I'm continuing to wonder about that possibility, but it doesn't add up to me, and I'll go into more detail on that on Tuesday. But after I answered that question that way, I got a bunch of follow-up questions that in other scenarios I thought that meant that I chose the right answer because I was getting follow-up questions. So I've now realized that maybe that is not the case. And in fact, maybe the follow-up questions are more likely an indicator that I'm wrong, which is fascinating. So yeah, I kind of feel like I need to like just kind of try to clear any theories out of my head, and like on Tuesday we'll probably do that and look at kind of all the evidence that we have as a whole, and just try to rethink things. And I have some more specific thoughts, but I'll save those for Tuesday. I really hope I can figure that out this Tuesday. It would be great to wrap that up. I'll be a little sad whenever we are done with that game, but I feel like if it goes on too much longer, it'll just get frustrating. And we're so close. I feel like we're so close. Like, even though I have absolutely no idea what is actually happening in that game, like, we're still very close. Antigua Crush says, generally have no idea why some are transparent and some are opaque. I think some of these colors are maybe the only available in one or the other. Okay. Because they're generally not colors I bought to use straight. They were all being mixed in some way. Yeah. Robert's friend says, coming from watercolors, I'm just like, there are opaque paints. It's true. Dronon says, in a terrible French action... I can't even say English well, apparently. Monsieur, I saw you from afar. You have the most beautiful wrists. The human eye is very well adapted to discern different shades of green. May I suggest something regarding the quiz? Yes, you may. I'm curious what you're going to suggest, so go for it. All right, I've fussed with this probably too much. I'm just trying to get the paint off the brush here. I don't necessarily need to get it all off right now, but I don't really know proper brush care when it comes to acrylics, or any paints for that matter. I'm just kind of waving it around in the water, and it seems to be mostly working here. Dab a little. We're getting there. Thank you, Unsecret Crush. I'm aware of this, and I'm using it. You're just coming down here. Yes?
Do that thing that you're doing right now.
Thank you, I will. I appreciate the suggestion.
You were not looking at chat, and you were saying words that kind of made it sound like you forgot that you have a cup of water here.
Okay.
And you were just going to be like dry rubbing your brushes on a dry paper towel.
Xenolon says distilled water, nothing caustic. Okay. Well, I just used some tap water, but. Dronan says experiment. Regardless of how confident or lacking in confidence of your answers, try choosing wrong ones. However you judge that, try being systematic. Okay. Yeah, like, that definitely feels worth experimenting with at this point. You know, I wanted to try to, like the rest of the game, I wanted to try to approach it and not like just click everywhere until I win, you know. I wanted to, you know, try to think things out and choose what feel like the correct actions, or in this case, quiz answers. But like, it feels like in general this game is not necessarily meant to be played that way. Like, it seems like they want you to be pretty thorough in exploring your options available, so it makes sense to do that with the quiz as well. So thank you for the advice. We'll definitely do that on Tuesday. Okay, let's try to mix some skin tone. So I'm trying to think what I should start with. Oh, that's the crimson. It looks very brown, but apparently it's pink. Let's see what this looks like. I'm not going to get any out right now, but I just want to see. Okay. It looks pretty dark, but... So, like a little bit of burnt sienna and some white and maybe a little touch of yellow oxide? I don't know. We'll play around and see how it looks. Let's see, I'll start with some white. Oh, this is one of the opaque ones. That's why it feels so different. It's just a very different consistency. At first I was like, oh, is this one like a little harder or something? But I think it's just because it's an opaque paint. Okay. The white has a weird consistency to it. I wonder if maybe it is not at its freshest at this point. It's just kind of odd. Like, I don't know how to get Like I said, I honestly can't remember if I've ever used a palette knife in my life. I don't know how to get the... Like, there's some paint on the top, and I don't know how to get that off. I guess I can just... Well, no, I don't really want to get paint on the edges, because that'll affect the seal when I close it. I guess I'll just wipe it off on the paper towel here. Which, you know, I kind of wasted some paint, but... Oh well. So that's not quite the color I want. So let's try putting a little yellow oxide in there and see what happens. Burnt sienna is a phrase only artists and imitators know. I actually, burnt sienna is a color that it's been so long since I've talked about this that I can't even remember all the details. But I used to take guitar lessons when I first started playing guitar. Shoot, what was his name? I'm just trying to remember his first name. I think it was Jeff, but I'm not sure. It feels not quite right, but it could be right. Anyways, he was at the local music store, and he was like he was a very like 80s hair metal kind of guy, with the hair to match. And my brother also took lessons from him. Our friend Greg, who ended up playing lead guitar in our band, took lessons from him as well. I think another one of our friends did too. But he was a great teacher, and I'm trying to remember the exact details. I think we kind of wrote a song together called Burnt Sienna, if I remember correctly, and then he like eventually recorded it. Like I said, it's been so long since I've thought about this that I can't remember the details of how that worked out. And I do not remember what the song was about anymore, but it was definitely a very goofy song. For black and white game, you're putting a lot of work in with these colors. I mean, we got to get... The cover art is our one chance to communicate what colors everything is in the game. So it's important. Yeah, I need to watch a YouTube video on how to use a palette knife, I think is what it comes down to. I feel like I'm not quite doing it right. But we are getting... I think at this point I might need a little more white. Like, I guess I'm picturing her skin color to be pretty pale. But this is getting there. Actually, that might be fine as like a base. So I'm gonna go ahead and just gonna kind of scoop some of this paint off with a brush. It's probably a bad idea, but I'm doing it. I almost wonder if, like, when I was looking at buying palette knives, a lot of them came in like a set, and I'm like, I don't need 5 palette knives. I will simply use the one Unsecret Crush has, and that will be fine. But I almost feel like I want like a smaller one to go with this. Especially when I'm mixing up like a small amount of paint like I'm doing right now. So I think for this, I'm just gonna go like cover her whole face, neck, and hair as well, because I feel like this is a good base color for the hair, and then of course hands. Yeah. It just seems like a good base to layer things on top of. Obviously, I'm losing my line drawing as I do this, but that's okay. I definitely would not want to do the final painting this small. Obviously, I'm still using a kind of largish brush. I probably should have picked a smaller one for these areas I'm doing right now, but that's okay. Petey Island, man. What a game. Is that it? Is there anything else? I got so much of this paint now. I mean, it'll stay wet, so I guess that's fine. I don't know what color the bus stop is. Xenolon says, use a palette knife like you'd use a butter knife. Spread the ingredients all over. Treat the canvas like your taste buds. Every bit needs every bit of flavor. Interesting. Burgundy for the bus stop? That's an interesting idea. I think the problem I'm facing here is that... like I talked about this a little bit previously when we were experimenting with color choices. I tend to picture things in muted palettes. That, like, if I had to pick, like, a color vibe, it would definitely be, like, lots of muted tones, like earth tones. Greens and browns and stuff. But like I enjoy it when things are very colorful. When other people do that, I just can never seem to pull it off myself. But like, you know, that Enchanted Scepters cover is you know, it's not in like super wild colors, but it's a lot more vibrant and colorful than I would both generally go for and also that you would generally expect from like the type of game that is. So I kind of wanted to, you know, take some inspiration from that and experiment more. But like I said, for now we're getting out the idea that's in my head, and then we'll see if we can explore it a little more after that. But yeah, like because I tend to think of things in like this muted palette, like the bus stop I've always pictured as just being like gray metal. I think the house I've just kind of pictured in some very muted, indistinct color. Like I don't know if that's really a specific color in my head, but it's definitely not anything very bright. Apparently, if you want a transparent white, you want zinc white. Okay. We don't have that. All right, we got this purple. We should try that purple on the sky. We can also mix our own purple if we need to. Oh, I missed a comment. Oh, I missed a couple comments. Dronan said, I'm still learning new stuff. On the Mostly Dead French forum, I'm having a slow discussion about different plot theories. Fascinating. I love that. Yeah, that's really interesting. I kind of love the idea, like, that there would still be things to talk about. Like, on one hand, it's a little bit like a thing I was thinking about the other day when I was going over my notes and stuff is like, I feel like I've gotten lost in these theories that are based on just like one little like scrap of a clue, and mostly just like trying to come up with things that fit with all the other information we have, even if they're not really based on much. But yeah, it seems like the game leaves a lot of questions unanswered. And then Dronan said, today I found out the French game's word for the strong box. I thought it was a compound word that meant strong plus box, but with my limited knowledge that was wrong. It meant waterproof and box, which didn't make it into the English translation at all. That is interesting. That's very interesting. I don't know that it's especially enlightening, but it's interesting. Did we awaken Xenolon's inner high school art teacher? That's great if we did. I had a high school art teacher that was great. I don't know that I can remember anything specific enough to be worth sharing about him, but he was just, he was a great guy. I think I remember hearing he passed away a while ago. He's, you know, fairly up there in years when I was in high school, so I'm sure that's correct. But he was just, he was very encouraging and positive and opinionated and entertaining and lots of good qualities. I feel like he played a big part in me, in like my artistic growth, even though like, you know, I went on to do stuff that was fairly different from a lot of the stuff I did in his classes. Like, stuff I remember doing in his classes was more like traditional media stuff, which I don't do much of. But like, I feel like if you're in any kind of art field, like stuff you learn doing any other type of art is kind of applicable anywhere. A lot of things are, you know, obviously specific things like, you know, mixing paint are only useful if you're actually mixing paint, but you know, you're still learning like color theory stuff and like, you know, different colors you mix to create a specific color you're after. What are we doing right now besides talking about stuff? I think I want to continue putting down like the base tones on everything before I start you know, working on shadows and highlights and stuff. That seems like the way to do it. So maybe we'll bust out the purple and get some sky color here, just because I want to see what this looks like. Antika Crush says, one of my art teachers had a very strong appreciation for Tom Selleck. She had pictures of him all over the classroom. That's incredible. Oh, this looks pretty dark, which actually might be good, and we can always lighten it up. We have a lot of sky, so maybe I should get out a little bit more of it. Later, she ran for mayor, but that was after I moved away. Interesting. Do I want to use a bigger brush for this guy? I'll use this one. It's just a little bit bigger. I think this real big one is probably not worth using for this small size. I think I want to lighten this up a little bit. Where'd the white go? Titanium white. Just trying to clean off my palette knife here. That's good enough. Get a little more white in there, I think. Like, ultimately, I want to try to do kind of a... Ideally, like, I picture the sky as like kind of a swirly gradient of like different shades of purple, a little bit of pink, probably fading into like black or at least a dark purple. But I feel like for the like base color, I want something a little lighter. So then, you know, some areas I can darken, some areas I can brighten even more. I feel like a set of 5 palette knives might have actually been nice. This seemed like it would be good for mixing, you know, relatively small amounts of paint. And it is, but I feel like a little bit wider point might be kind of nice. And work out a little bit better. And then I also feel like in some cases a narrower one would be good. Okay. You can also mix with your brush if you're working in small quantities. Sure. I mean, I'm ultimately kind of doing that a little bit because I don't want to waste the excess paint that keeps ending up on the palette and keeps ending up on the palette knife. I'm still not sure how I feel about the texture of this canvas. I was kind of hoping that I would be so happy with it that I would not even open the package of boards, the heavier boards, and I could just return that. But I think I want to try painting on that and see how it compares. This texture definitely isn't bad, but I am curious what it would be like to have less texture. I'm also realizing now that this is a little stinky. Maybe the purple is stinkier than the other paints. My understanding is that ventilation isn't as big of a concern with acrylics as it is with, you know, oils. But, you know, it might be good to have some ventilation. I think I will open up the door. And maybe we should run the fan. Yeah, I was debating whether I should crack the window open. I don't want to pass out due to paint. guess I'll crack the window a tiny bit.
Purple paint smell. Anything to play.
Oh. Well, I mean, I've been sitting here, like, it's possible it's not just the purple paint, but, you know, I finally noticed it shortly after I got out the purple.
If I stick my nose right over the water cup, there is an odor. So watching you do this is like awakening vague, still not terribly useful memories of like my high school painting experience. I think this was maybe more of a thing in watercolor painting, but there was this like liquid stuff that you could
Shoot, this is roof. I goofed.
Paint over.
Roof goof.
So like say you're doing the sky right now, right? This stuff that I can't remember the name of, you would use it to make a mask, like literally a mask. It had a specific name though. It wasn't like it's basically masking fluid, but it had a specific word for it. So you would paint that over like everything that wasn't the sky, and then you could like wash over, do your sky, do your gradient or whatever, and then peel it off. But I don't know what that was called, and I don't know if that's a thing that you would use with acrylics. I think it was maybe more of a thing with watercolor. Okay, that's the end of my story.
Okay.
You want to look at this?
Yeah. I feel like I'm not too worried about masking. Like if anything, I would be tempted to just start out by putting down a single base color over the whole thing, just to kind of unify the tone of everything. And like I talked about that a little at the beginning, I wasn't sure what color to use for that, so I figured I'd just get started and lock things in. And I feel like this will work fine. It's just, you know, if the sky's all purple, like, it does kind of make sense that everything around would have, you know, pick up this purplish tone. So having that as a layer underneath everything might work out well. But then the other concern is, if I do that, I'm going to lose all my lines immediately. I'm not sure. The guy I watched painting a photorealistic lion head did this and didn't lose his lines somehow. I'm not sure how he accomplished that. Might have just been like thinning out the paint somewhat. Frisket. Frisket is familiar. I feel like I've used that before. I'm looking it up. Oh, a frisket is any material that protects areas of a work from unintended change. Okay. So the first thing I thought of there... Decaf Jedi! Hello, hello, hello! Thank you so much for coming by. I don't have my headphones in, so I didn't hear the raid alert there. We're talking about friskets. We're learning about friskets. Hope y'all had a good stream. Ooh. Hoyle's Book of Games. Interesting. I don't know that I've ever... I assume that was the Sierra one. With all the... so you can play poker against King Graham and Larry Laffer and all that stuff. I was always kind of intrigued by that, but never had a chance to check those out myself. But hello, I hope y'all had a great stream. My name's Robot Spacer, or Mike. I have been making a game on stream for like over a year now. I started last March of 2023. You can see in the little now playing area, that's one of the screens. It is a monochrome game for the original Macintosh made in World Builder. And it's pretty much done now, so I'm working on cover for the game. Here is the most recent sketch for what that's going to look like. It's still a little unfinished in places, but that's kind of the idea of what I'm going for here. And ideally, I'm going to paint it. But although I have lots of art experience, I don't have a ton of painting experience and haven't painted in a long time. So today we're just experimenting and getting used to it and seeing how it goes. That's the one. It's charming. Nice. And Secret Crush said there are masking fluids, friskets that are intended for use with acrylics. By the way, I do think I mostly used it when learning watercolors. When you said frisket, and I was trying to remember why that was so familiar to me, I was thinking it maybe came up in screen printing, and I think that is correct. I could be wrong, but it's kind of the same concept. And I think the material, like when I was doing screen printing in school, we would use this film that I think somebody called a frisket. I could be wrong. I could be mixing up memories, but it seems right. And you would just cut it out with an X-Acto knife, and then peel out the areas that you wanted the paint to come through. And I feel like there was some process where you would then apply it to the screen and then I think wash off. Yeah, I think there was like a layer, like a backing layer that would basically dissolve in water. So then you would apply the film and then wash it off to get rid of that backing layer or something. Vague memories. A masking device or material is especially in printing or graphic arts, says Merriam-Webster. Yeah, so that fits with my memory. So our game takes place, you start out at a bus stop, which is this here. The bus stop is surrounded by complete darkness, but in order to make our cover art a little more interesting, I'm experimenting with using some purplish tones for this guy here. Our inspiration is a game called Enchanted Scepters, which is the game that World Builder, the tool we used, was originally created for. It's one of is the first English language point-and-click adventure game. So pretty influential and did lots of new things. To mixed success, but it's a neat little game. And the cover art is really nice. If you look up Enchanted Scepters on Moby Games, you can get a peek of it. Usually I would share it on stream, but it's slightly more complicated now that I've got paint all around me here. But it's a very colorful illustration, which I'm pretty sure was also painted in acrylics. I was able to, I think, find the actual artist, and he later ended up mostly painting like Western illustrations. I think we couldn't find a lot of commercial art that he had done, but once he was able to, have control over how he spent his time and what he chose to paint, he seemed to really be into like Western stuff. I feel like at some point I should be more God, the word is on the tip of my tongue, intentional about the direction of my brush strokes. I'm just kind of being very haphazard right now, which for practice is fine, but you can see the brush strokes, and I don't like what I'm seeing. It's just kind of messy. Obviously not picking up super well on camera, but you can get a little bit of an idea there. But right now we're just kind of putting down our base tones here, so I'm not too worried about it. So for the ground, I think like there's some amount of dirt around the bus stop and probably in the foreground as well. So I think we might start with a light brown, and then we'll go over that to like put grass in certain areas. We can also use some brown on the trunk here. I think I might go ahead and use this purple on the bus stop here just as a base tone. I'm gonna end up losing my lines because of that, but I think if I end up making this kind of a grayish color, then having some of that purple show up in it makes sense. Okay. I think that's all the purple we need right now. I still don't know about the house, but I'm gonna wait on that for now. Not my print shop, but the one I worked for a while as a youth. Oh, I missed the message before that. Yeah, that sounds like what I used in my screen printing shop. It was like a light sensitive stuff, so the non-print area would cure when exposed to light, and then the design area would wash out. But that wasn't called Frisket that I recall, but I don't recall what we did call it. Yeah, like the stuff I used was not light sensitive. I've only made screen print screens cutting out the film by hand. Our school did have a setup to do the light sensitive stuff, but the stuff I wanted to print was very like crisp design, so it was just as easy to cut it by hand. Not my print shop, but the one I worked for a while as a youth. Yeah. I understood that, but perhaps some other people did not. The forbidden water is looking pretty gross. I definitely... I feel like having a clear cup... Like, I feel like probably a lot of people that accidentally drink their forbidden water are using like an opaque coffee mug. So you can't see how gross it is. Having a clear jar, I think pretty much ensures that I would never actually drink this stuff. Still got some purple in it. I'll show you all the forbidden water once I'm done rinsing this out. Okay, that's probably good enough for now. Oh god, it's still so purple. How? My mind just idly went to the stuff that Twitch added recently. So if anyone is not familiar, just yesterday, I think. Twitch added a bunch of new things you can redeem. They're in the channel points redemption, but these are not channel points. You actually spend bits on them. So you can make an enormous emoji or emote, excuse me, appear in chat. You can highlight your message with like a fancy border. There's like a glowing one or an animated thing you can choose from. And then the other one is what they call a celebration. You pick an emote, and a bunch of them will kind of float up from the bottom of the screen like balloons. And they like just suddenly added these without ever talking about it beforehand, and also you can't turn them off. You can set cooldowns for them, and you can also set the price. So you could, for example, make them very expensive if you wanted to, I guess. I'm not sure if they have limits on how much, but you can't turn them off, which is such a weird thing to do, especially just, like turning on out of nowhere. It feels a little bit like they let the guys that figure out how to make money have the keys to the twitch.television, and like the safety people, and the folks that make sure streamers are have what they need, and aren't dealing with harassment and stuff like that. Maybe didn't get a chance to like review this before it shipped, because it seems a little weird that you can't turn them off at all, because they're potentially disruptive. So I looked at their announcement tweet about this, and like all their replies were like, please let us turn these off. Everybody's stream's got a different vibe, and I think I will probably leave them on unless people were to use them in obnoxious ways. But I don't think I'm too bothered by them myself. But, certainly some people have a very different vibe in their stream. And, it's just kind of wild that people could, be disruptive for a few cents without any... I mean, you can certainly ban people after the fact. But, yeah, they aren't on the mobile version yet. Actually, I don't even know if they show up in the mobile version yet. I tested them all out the other day on Unsecret Crush's stream just so we could all like understand what the heck they are. But I was using the website for that. I might need a new paper towel for wiping things off on. Can't decide between not worrying about them or making the prices medium high, so if someone is going to be obnoxious, they have to really mean it, and also I get paid. Yeah, it's tricky. I've just left mine as is for now. Like the huge emotes, don't mind that at all. I think the borders, I don't think I would be worried about either. But the celebration one, that's the thing, like it covers up. I think I saw a screenshot, like it looked like a bunch of people had redeemed those all at once. So like there were multiple layers of emotes like covering the majority of the screen. I assume that was a real screenshot and not something made up or like taken out of context, but I also didn't look into it. So yeah, like potentially, if you have a bunch of people being rude at a time, where you're like trying to, like something is interesting is happening in the game you're playing, or maybe you're not even doing a game. There's so many scenarios where that could be very disruptive. And then, obviously you could also have people posting inappropriate emotes all huge, and that would be Not great, but at least it seems like they do a pretty good job of policing the emote stuff, so I guess I'm not too worried about that. I feel like I can't think of an emote that I've seen that was more inappropriate than like a butt that was maybe pushing the appropriateness boundaries or something. Okay, so we're going to do brown for the ground. Burnt sienna, that's kind of reddish. I'm wondering if I should actually just take this skin tone I have, because I got so much of it, I could just put some more brown into that. I think that's probably the way to go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, actually, that might be the most inappropriate emote I can think of. I'm not bothered by it, but it's a lot. Not sure if it would be better or worse in Big End. I think it's worse. Can I do that on my own stream? Can I do that in OBS? Can't cheer in your own channel. Oh, here, it's over here. Because I will do it. This is one of Nina Marie's emotes, and it's from shit. What the hell is that game called? There we go. Okay, those do show up in my activity feed. I saw someone complaining like they weren't showing up in the activity feed. I don't know. In some ways, I feel like you can understand what's going on a little bit better, and it's slightly better in that way. But also, you can see things that you couldn't before, and those things are much worse than maybe you might have imagined. Looks regular size on my iPad. Yeah, I figured probably in the mobile app it would just be regular sized. But on the website, it's like I would say approximately 3 to 4 times wider and taller. Pretty big. Like if you tap on an emote and it shows you the big version, like I think that's what they're using. Actually, I can't remember how that's displayed in the iOS app, but I think it uses that same big size. This white paint is just, I don't know. I don't know if it's bad or just weird. Like, yeah, the burnt sienna was also opaque. So I don't know that it's just the opaqueness. Okay. I think that's good enough. I'm not fussed about mixing it thoroughly, because like some variation in color on the ground is totally fine. Actually, I meant to leave myself a little bit of my original skin tone, but oops. Let's see, yeah, that's supposed to be ground. Brisket, of course, is white. So I'm just gonna not paint them at all right now. I think probably eventually I'll have like a base layer that's like a light gray. Probably the same thing with the t-shirt as well. God, it's 12:30 hour. I got a late start, I suppose. I am really curious how much progress I'll make on this tonight. Oh, also, I will most likely do a bonus stream on Sunday afternoon. So those usually start around 4:30 Eastern, which is what, like 4.5 hours than usual. I don't have that on my schedule yet. Mostly because I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I figured I would wait and see if I wanted to continue painting, which I'm still not sure about. I kind of think I just want to do something fun. Not that painting isn't fun, but like that requires less It doesn't really require a lot of brain power. It's just because it's so unfamiliar, like it's kind of challenging in a way. And I've had a bunch of smaller games that I think I can get done in a single stream that I've been wanting to check out. So I might do one of those. I also have a Lego set I got. I had a bunch of Lego points. Like if you buy stuff, if you create an account on the Lego website and then buy stuff through their store, you can get points that you can eventually redeem for stuff. And I just got a bunch of like gift certificates, basically. I got like $35 in gift certificates. I had to redeem them because they were going to expire. So I had $35 in gift certificates, and I just went looking through all the sets that were like under $40, and they had some Indiana Jones ones that looked kind of fun. So I got a little set, a medium-sized set that's like from Raiders of the Lost Ark. When they go down into the I want to say tomb, but I'm not sure if that's the right word. Is it a tomb? When they go down where the Ark is. And you know, there's snakes and some big statues and stuff like that. So it's a fun set, and I could probably do it in one stream. So that's another possibility. But mostly I'm just going to end up doing whatever I think sounds the most fun at the time. Which could be painting, could be a game, could be a Lego. All right, the little sweetie is another rare thing that is described in color. So in the game we described that as like a teal plastic with pink buttons. And I think I mentioned before that I'm not opposed to changing the description of the game. If there's a color scheme I like better, but I think I like that color scheme. I think it feels appropriate. And I'm thinking about what color schemes were popular in the late 90s, 99 or 2000. When did the iMac come out? Like there was a pretty long time where like the iMac was such a big success, and like everything, absolutely everything came out in those like similar colors. Like you often had products in like the same like rainbow set of colors of translucent plastics. And everything was also called I something or other. Alright. That's a bunch of brown, alright. It looks kind of terrible, but I promise it'll get better eventually. Maybe not in this painting, but certainly in the next one. I do think I need to be more intentional about my brush strokes and not just like I'm just kind of tracing out the lines and then going whichever way seems the most convenient as I fill things in. Which for now is fine, but I think it'll look a lot better if I think more about what I'm doing there. I also don't know, like, how much, like, you know, obviously I'm going to go over everything I've painted so far, at least to some degree with, you know, shadows and highlights and sometimes, in some cases, like, completely different colors. But, like, probably to some degree the texture of the brushstrokes I'm making now is going to continue to show through. I'm not sure how much of a difference that will make. Okay. Oh, the tree trunk. I should use a smaller brush for this. Can I completely clean that off just yet? Let's see. I think this is the one I started with. We'll go back to that. Oh, I forgot to use green on the bushes here. I'll just use some more of that green we used on the jacket. Let's see. Am I done with brown now? I think so. The other question, in terms of upcoming streams that I'm still trying to figure out, is exactly how much of this painting I will do on stream. I will probably do some amount of painting off stream. Like, at least if I have time. My thought is that it would help to do some amount of practicing off stream, just so I can fully focus on what I'm doing. And then I feel like probably when I get to the final painting, I might want to do some amount of that off stream. So again, I can fully focus on it and, you know, make sure it turns out as good as I can do it. So like, you know, maybe I'll do like base colors and you know, start to put in some details on stream and then continue off stream, something like that. But we'll see. That's just going to be making things up as I go and all that. When I set up this Stay Wet palette, it said to wet the sponge. So underneath this paper is a sponge. It's a pretty thin sponge. I said to fully wet it and then squeeze out half the water, which is a really difficult thing to like understand exactly how much half of the water is. Like, I guess you could a little bit measure it to some degree, but I don't know. It was really hard to know if I had it wet enough. I feel like I might have squeezed out, like, I don't know, 2/3 is probably slightly more accurate, but I was like, it's probably close enough. I mostly bring this up because, I don't know, I noticed a difference in this green paint now that it's been sitting here for a little bit. Like, it's not dry. It just seemed like a tiny bit more solid. All right, I gotta figure out what color this house is. I guess maybe I'll do, like, since we need a light gray for brisket, maybe I'll just start with that with the house, and then, you know, I can always completely change it later. Better head to bed. Early Saturday events are constant now. Thank you for hanging out, 6-7, and I hope you enjoy your Saturday events. Sleep well. If you crushed it, spreading them out so much on the palette might also make them dry out more. Sure. Yeah, I didn't really mean to spread them out so much. It's just, you know, when I was doing the mixing, it just kind of happened. I'm sure as I get used to that more, I will get better at keeping it in one spot. Oh, right. This is purple because I goofed. That's supposed to be roof there. I'm going to put a little bit more green here, though. I definitely feel like it would have been nice to have a base color over everything. And I think I should have done the colors that are in the background first. Like if I did the sky in the ground first, then I could have, you know, gone up closer to the edges of like the jacket and stuff. And then, you know, if I went a little too far, I could go over that with the green to fix it up. It would have just been easier to get nice clean edges. But again, we're learning. Oh yeah, I forgot to share the forbidden water, which is now even grosser than it was before. Before it was just kind of like milky, just a little bit off-white, but it's becoming more brown now that I've done all this ground color. Oops. I finally got something on the desk. It's just a little slightly greenish water. Honestly surprised that didn't happen sooner. I'm gonna throw out this. Well, maybe I could just fold it over the other direction, actually. Let's do this. It's probably normal to spend a large amount of time on a painting stream just cleaning your brushes. But it feels a little tedious. Oh, so much brown. I kind of want to know the story behind all these paint colors. Like Mars black. Why is that Mars? What does that have to do with Mars? Also, are we talking like the planet or the god? I feel like Hooker's Green is probably just named after a painter named Hooker that really liked that hue or something. Hello, Tweety Verd 777. Welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight, or whatever time of day it is where you are. Yeah, that's alright for now. Probably should have wiped off most of this before I started trying to use water on it. Oh. Got most of it in one go there. One more brush to clean. Doing fine? That's good. Oh, we got some color knowledge here. Phthalocyanine green G, which has many commercial names, is a synthetic green pigment from the group of phthalocyanine dyes, a complex of copper 2 with chlorinated phthalocyanine. It is a soft green powder which is insoluble in water. It is a bright, high-intensity color used in oil and acrylic-based artist paints and in other applications. Thank you for the color knowledge. I feel like I keep saying it wrong. You said phthalo, right? It just, my brain keeps wanting to do phthalo. Phthalo green is derived from phthalo blue. Okay. But that still doesn't tell me where the name comes from. Phthalocyanine. Is that just the like scientific term from what it's made of? But that had to come from somewhere. But what is that? What is phthalocyanine? It is a mineral. Okay. But why was it named that? I want to go all the way back. I want the origin story here. I can hear Unsecret Crush either laughing or sighing or maybe both. Possibly crying. Who knows? Okay, I think that's pretty clean now. Okay, so now we're going to do a light gray. Phthalocyanine H2PC is a large, aromatic, macrocyclic organic compound with the formula blah 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 and is of theoretical or specialized interest in chemical dyes and photoelectricity. But you're still not telling me why it was named that. You're just giving me technical details of things. These are the opening paragraphs of these 3 separate wiki articles. I mean, that's fair. Okay, so I guess we're gonna do just let me think about this. Like, we could do white with just a tiny bit of black to get a light gray. And I guess we get, all right, we have Payne's gray or Mars black. They're both opaque. They're awfully similar. I'm not a chemist or a geologist or whatever. That's okay. I mean, I didn't expect you to give me the answers. It's awfully dark. Payne's gray is like basically black. But we could also use, something else to get a slightly off-white color. Like, we got all this brown, so we could have a little bit of brown to get just kind of a light brownish color for our base. For these things that are basically white. We could even use purple since, if that's the sky and it's got kind of a glow to it, it would give a purple cast to everything here. I'm just kind of thinking through options to decide what makes the most sense to go with here. I guess I'll start by getting out some white. Titanium white. Is that the only white we have? I think so. I think I'm going to just grab a little bit of this purple. And if it seems too purpley, then we can get some other stuff in there. Yeah, I feel like if anything, like just having 2 palette knives would be great for just scraping the paint off. It's kind of impossible to only get paint on the bottom. It's not a bad color. I think that could work. Yeah. Yeah, I've already got this paint on here. I'll just use this brush. It's a little bigger than I'd like, but that's fine. Maybe this kind of like lavendery color is a nice color for the house, actually. I think the house is gonna end up being much darker than this, but might as well start with something. Shambling Undead, hello! Welcome! Hope y'all had a good stream. Oh no. There we go. My app was being weird. Back to Wizard and the Princess. Nice. Were we able to make some progress, I hope. Welcome, Chameleon. Hope I said that correctly. If not, let me know. I am Robot Spacer, or Mike. We are painting today, as you can see. I spent the last little over a year working on a game in World Builder, an old Macintosh program. That's the screen down below me here is one of the screens of our game. And it's mostly done now, so I wanted to create a box art image that was, have kind of the vibe of a game from that time period in the mid 80s or so. So I'm giving painting a shot. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I think we'll get there. The real question is whether or not I'll be as happy with the results as I would like, but we got plenty of time to figure out what I'm doing. So this is just the first of several, I think, test paintings. I'm going to do a few small versions like this to try out different colors and stuff and just get used to the process. And then eventually I'll do one that's at least twice as big as this, probably a little bit more than that. And then I might end up doing a couple full-size ones if I am still trying to get the hang of things. Basically, like if I finish the first one or I'm close to finished and I'm like, man, if I started this over, it could be so much better, then I will absolutely do that. But hopefully I can work out most of the unknowns with these smaller paintings. Just realized I never changed my category. Oh, what were you actually playing then? So this is your first time painting like this? So I grew up doing a lot of like different types of art. Like when my dad brought home a computer when I was like 10, that was definitely the thing that caught my interest the most. So ever since then, I've been doing mostly like digital drawing and stuff. I started out doing lots of like pixel art and trying to make my own little games in stuff like World Builder. And later would use like HyperCard or Macromedia Director, stuff like that. But yeah, digital art has always been the thing that interested me the most. But in high school, I definitely did a decent amount of traditional art, like mostly drawing just in pencil or occasionally charcoal. Did a bunch of stuff in colored pencils and like certainly, like inked like comic book type stuff. But yeah, like I haven't done a ton of painting and I can't really even remember anything specific that I've ever painted, but I'm sure I've painted, some really simple stuff in acrylics before. So yeah, this is like, I mean, it's basically my first time doing anything like this. But, I have a lot of experience in art that, I feel like is still helpful knowledge, even if it's not, it's the same type of art. So a lot of this is just getting used to the specifics. Sounds exciting to be exploring an unfamiliar medium. Yeah, it's fun so far, and hopefully I'll be able to, improve over stream and over the, multiple streams I'm doing this, that is. And hopefully we can all see the difference as I create iterations of this box art. Let's see, so her pants are going to be like a dark gray. I guess we'll try this Payne's gray and see how that color actually looks. And we can add in a little white if it seems too dark. Oh, I was playing Wizard and the Princess, but I was doing it and just chatting. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I saw the title, but I guess that didn't come through in the message that got posted there. What do you? First of all, like if you want to just lurk and relax after stream, that's totally fine. But if you're interested in sharing, I would be curious what you think of Wizard and the Princess so far. I always like chatting with folks as they come in, but totally understand if you need to raid and run or whatever. Okay, that's pretty clean. Okay. I do wonder if, especially when I get into the full painting, if it might be more productive to do a longer stream, start earlier in the day. This is so dark. Again, this is Payne's gray, but it looks basically black. So I took a break from playing it to play Crow Crunty. Oh, right. I saw that you were playing that. Got back to it today and ended up beating it. Nice. Though there was a point where I was so lost, I looked up what to do next and ended up spoiling the frog transform. Oh, no. That's okay, though. I do love the frog. I love the frog so much I made an emote. I love that Roberta Williams did all the art for those early games herself, and there's just stuff like that frog that's so good. Unsecret Crush says Payne's gray is very dark for when you want something that isn't quite black. Good to know. I assume that's named after Max Payne. I'm going to add a little bit of white. My thought is that her leggings are basically black, but like I feel like the base color should be a little bit lighter. I'm just going to mix this with the brush. When you use it, you activate bullet time. Nice. William Payne, actually. He was a watercolor guy who wanted a mixer that was not as intensely dark as black. Got it. Thank you for sharing the origin story of Payne's gray. I feel like it would be more like, I understand that it's purposefully not black, but I feel like it would be more clear if it was called Payne's black than Payne's gray. Like it's the type of black that he wanted, right? And like, there's not a single black. They keep making blacks that are more black. Okay, that's pretty much what I was going for. I am really curious how it's gonna go when I start trying to really paint. And by really paint, I mean like, you know, I'm just putting in base colors now. Eventually, I'm going to start, you know, trying to make something that looks a particular way. You know, I'm going to be adding shadows and highlights and trying to be more detailed. I'm not going to fuss over details too much in this version. But I do want to, like, try to some degree. Just to get a better idea of, like, how detailed I can get. So I know what is going to be a good size. Like, I know at this size, I'm not going to be able to get accurate enough with her face to make it look how I wanted it to. But if I get a better idea of like how much detail I can get in at a small size, that'll help me figure out how big the final painting needs to be. I'm just kind of going like this leg is looking very weird down here. I should probably actually draw more of this down here. I'm just kind of making up where the other leg is going behind here. Because I think, yeah. Like, I never drew all the way down. You know, I might end up cropping this differently, but I should get as much of that leg drawn correctly as I can. But for now, it doesn't matter. Also, yes, Hooker's Green is in fact named after a guy named Hooker who developed it. Got it. I figured that was probably the case. Okay. This gray is maybe kind of good for doing shadows on the house. In particular, and also maybe the t-shirt and the cat. I think maybe I'll experiment with that a little bit. Puzzle! I think I saw your message, but then I was distracted by what I was saying at the time, and I don't think I actually said hello. Hello, I hope you're doing well. Very late, sorry I've missed a bunch of painting. That's okay. I would say you're right on time. You really didn't miss much. I've just been doing what you see here. We spent a lot of time just figuring out how this Stay Wet palette works, and just kind of going over our paint colors, and stuff like that. So. And also spend a lot of time just cleaning brushes. Silver says, I've been silently lurking as I work through some nonsense. I like the color setup so far. Thank you. Again, this is going with the kind of color scheme that's been in my head. Like I think I just anytime I'm like making something up or reading a book or, you know, playing like a text adventure game or something like that, I tend to visualize what things look like. I always I tend to be a slow reader because if I'm reading the way I want to read, I am really absorbing each sentence and just kind of building up a mental image of everything as I read. You know, I can read faster if I need to for some reason, but I don't enjoy reading in that way as much. So like, you know, I always kind of have a little bit of an idea of how different things look in my head, you know. So like, you know, as I've been creating this art for the game, you know, even though it's in black and white, at least in some cases, I have a little bit of an idea of how it looks in my head. So this is just kind of going with the kind of colors that my brain just makes up by default, which again tends to be kind of muted. Like honestly, like the colors we've got so far are already more vibrant than like I really picture them in my head, just because those are the ones we mixed and went with for our base colors. But yeah, once I've done this, it'll give me an idea of like that, if I'm happy with the way this looks, or if I want to experiment with more vibrant stuff. Like, you know, there's lots of things here, like her jacket, like all of her clothes, basically. The house. We could potentially do different stuff with the grounds. And certainly the sky could change a lot. Could get brighter or darker depending on what feels better. Mars Black is based on iron oxide, and Mars the god is associated with iron. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Did you have other pigment name questions? I forget. Thank you for looking these up. Sap green seems self-explanatory. I'm not too worried about titanium white. I feel like I've, like I said, I made up a song with my guitar teacher about burnt sienna once, so I probably had some idea of the story of that name at some point, but I don't remember. But yeah, like some of these are just very familiar, like burnt sienna, ultramarine blue, cadmium yellow. I don't know, like there's probably some information to be learned about those, but I guess I'm just not that curious about them. They're probably not that interesting. And then there's like dioxazine purple. Like that's just a chemical name probably. Prussian blue is an interesting one. Kind of curious about that one. But yeah, you don't have to do any more name research unless you want to. Cadmium is also a mineral. Right. Pretty sure titanium white is literally titanium. Yeah, I figured. I'm out of Sprite. I should maybe take a break. It's one. Jeez, it's one. I'm going to take I'm going to take a medium break, like 5 minutes or so. And then we'll come back and do some more painting. Like I was saying, I think I will use some of this gray to start putting details in the house. And kind of darken that up. It seems like a decent place to start because it's lots of straight lines, more or less. Anyways, I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. I think I'll just mute the mic so folks coming by can see what I'm working on here. I almost thought about doing a quick BRB screen that would show my desk, but I didn't have time. Prussian blue is the first modern synthetic pigment. It can also be used as a treatment for heavy metal poisoning. Fascinating. Thank you for the color knowledge again. All right, back in a few. Hello, I'm back, and I've returned with Star Wars Oreos. Unsinger Crush brought these, and we're going to find out if we're good or evil. So I guess the gimmick of these cookies is some of them have blue light side filling, and some of them have red dark side filling. And each package is a single color. And you don't know what you got until you open it and find out if you're good or evil. So we're going to find out now on stream. Should we do a prediction?
That sounds fun.
Okay. Let's do a prediction. Start a prediction. Oh, okay. Which side? Light side or dark side? This is going to be quick. We'll just do a 1 minute prediction. Got it. I will abstain from voting. Dicevor, hello, welcome. I think I missed the last Maupidi stream. Did you beat it? No, absolutely not. Let's see, what did we do last time? We kind of continued the process we had started on the previous stream, which was like doing a thorough interrogation of everyone. I would say it was not... I can't remember anything particularly exciting that we discovered. We did have an interesting theory that we discussed towards the end of stream that Culinary suggested, which I am very curious about. But yeah, we'll probably discuss that some more on Tuesday. Oh, that was so fast. A minute is not very long, is it?
Yeah.
Did we even get any votes?
I don't think there were any.
No votes? That's fine. No votes. Oh well.
None votes whatsoever. If there were no votes, does that mean you still need to say what the result was?
I mean, it probably doesn't matter, but... Okay. If anyone missed the chance to vote and is sad by it, I'm sorry. I'll never do a 1 minute prediction again. It was too fast. Oh, we're evil!
There's a bug in here.
Uh-oh. That's why I didn't want to open the window. Bad news, guys. We're evil. Would you like an Oreo?
Yes, I would.
An evil
That's
Oreo?
why I'm hovering, obviously, because I'm an Oreo.
Oh, there's a little bit of white. Like, did they just put red around the edges? Oh yeah, these also have.
It's got Jabba the Hutt on it.
These also have kyber crystals in them. Oh, they have different patterns. I have a Boba Fett. That's great.
I don't know if my Jabba the Hutt comes through.
The other side is just generic Oreo. They have kyber-inspired sugar crystals. If you're not a huge Star Wars nerd like I am, kyber crystals are the crystals that they put in the lightsaber that makes them work, basically. It's kind of disappointing, but probably good, because I feel like if you have too much of certain food colors,
Yeah, for sure.
it has a taste of the food coloring. It's not good.
And then it just tastes red.
Yeah.
Blue.
Which is 100% what I was expecting, but is actually better than what I thought it would taste like. I can't really... The kyber crystals are very subtle.
Yeah, I'm not detecting the kyber crystals at all.
I feel like the cream is a little softer than normal Oreos. I'm gonna have one more.
Sure.
Do you want another one?
Yeah, but I figured I'll take the package
Okay.
when you're
Oh, I got a Scout Trooper this time.
done showing them off.
Okay. Hello, Culinary. Good to see you. My friends always told me in elementary school that if you eat a kyber crystal, you'll grow a lightsaber in your stomach. That's probably true. Go rinse off my hands real quick. Be back in just a minute. Okay. When I was in elementary school, we didn't even know what a kyber crystal was. Yeah, probably same here. I don't think I really knew about Star Wars until Return of the Jedi came out. I was very into Ewoks. I can't think of how that would have lined up with school, but also, like, back then, I don't know that kyber crystals existed yet. I'm pretty sure kyber crystals came from the expanded universe at some point, but I don't know when. Refuse to open Wikipedia, but I'm curious what the earliest actual mention of a kyber crystal was. Yeah. I feel like they were first mentioned in the movies in Rogue One, maybe? But maybe they come up sooner and I just can't think of it. Hello, Salt Ranger. Good to see you. In Rogue One? Why the question mark and exclamation point? They are officially fake and made up then. I mean, they were made up before Rogue One. You said there was a bug in here, but I never saw it. I'm going to close the window a little bit more. The most fake and made up of anything in a fake and made up universe. Midichlorian ass nonsense. Wow. I don't have a problem with kyber crystals personally. At least Rogue One has some bridging over to Andor. I personally found Rogue One to be pretty enjoyable. I I think I enjoyed the cinematography. It had some nice imagery that I feel like was a little bit different from other Star Wars imagery we had gotten at that point. Okay, so now I'm going to I'm going to put some of the details into this house here. I guess I'm going to start by... I really wish... I might have to read up on if there's any way to, like, do these base colors and still have my lines come through. Because that would be really helpful to me. But since we didn't get that, I think I'm going to start with a really fine brush. This tiny little guy. And put like just some of the major lines back in. Just to, you know, help me see what I'm doing here. Culinary says, Salt Ranger says, God, midichlorians. Culinary says, the Star Wars lore is bonkers, and I can't make myself care about it outside of anything that was in Jedi Fallen Order. So I, before Disney bought Star Wars, I read a lot of expanded universe stuff, both books and comic books. And I had a pretty good, chunk of like Star Wars lore in my head, but then Disney bought everything and they threw out almost all of it, so like almost all the lore I knew was not canon anymore, and I've never recovered from it since. So now I have no idea what is considered canon anymore, and also, like, there's so much to keep up with. I don't even want to anymore. But I do still watch all, like, the, what? Again, I really wish I had my lines here. I did something weird at some point, and I don't know what it was. All the, like, live action stuff that's released, basically, I keep up with. But I haven't had a chance to watch The Acolyte yet. Which is honestly surprising. Usually I watch the shows as they are released. As Unsecret Crush will tell you, I was cursed by a witch to watch all of Star Wars. So it simply must be done. Salt Ranger says, I'm hearing that Acolyte is decent, which pleases me because I want to see Abigail win. Who is Abigail? Oh, Abigail Thorne. Does philosophy, tube, and acting things. Oh, okay. Nice. She's rad. That's cool. Heard of her, didn't know she was involved. At some point I'll renew Disney Plus and catch up on a bunch of stuff. We have like a combo Disney Plus Hulu thing. We honestly, like, I would love to be a person that, like, subscribes to significantly fewer streaming things, and, like, you know, does this smart approach of, like, you know, cycling between services and, you know, catch up on stuff. Like, we try to do that a little bit, but it's too hard to keep up with. So even with this tiny brush, I'm definitely having a hard time doing like a fine line. I guess let me kind of get in here. You might see more of my head than I normally try to put on stream, but Yeah, it's tricky. Like it's tricky to get a fine line that's consistent weight. Um, like I can get a little bit of a fine line, but then it's like, oops, I pressed a little too hard, and now it's gotten thicker, so I need to kind of thicken up the whole thing. Obviously, we can kind of go back over stuff to thin it back out later. But it's tricky to be super detailed, at least with my current level of 0 experience. I did so much work to figure out these stairs, and I lost my line, so I don't know what. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it too much, since this is just a test painting. I don't know what I'm doing here. Making a mess. Okay, so I think, like, these areas under the curves I just drew are all, like, set back, so I think I'm just going to darken up that whole area. Because there'd be a lot of shadow there. Definitely want to watch some painting videos. Like a thing I'm thinking so much more about brush strokes now. Like in some cases, like say if you're painting hair, you know, you'd want your brush strokes to go in the direction you want the hair to be flowing, right? Or, you know, maybe if you have wood, like you'd paint along the direction of the wood grain. But like, I don't know, for ground, for example, like, I don't know what makes sense there. There's probably different ways to paint where it would kind of give you more of a texture that's appropriate for like dirt or whatever, I suppose. I don't know. I guess I'll do some shadows on the shirt next. I'm just gonna continue like all the stuff I did on this like light purpley color. I'm gonna put a little bit of shadow and detail on. Oh, I guess I should do the upper windows first. I don't think I'm gonna worry about getting our little guy in here. In the final painting, we definitely want to be able to see this. Our normal guy in the upper window. But for now, that's just too much detail. Okay, so Verdant Tree, hello. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. How goes the painting? I would say I'm pretty happy with how it's going so far. I spent most of the stream just kind of getting started and putting in these base colors, and now I'm just starting to experiment more with putting some shadows and details in certain areas. So like I haven't really had that much time to get started. But like I'm at a point where I feel like I kind of have a rough idea of what I'm doing here. So like, you know, next stream I won't be like feeling completely unprepared. So that feels good. And it's really difficult to get as detailed as I would like, but like that was kind of the point at starting at a small size, is to you know, not worry too much about the details, but also give myself a chance to figure out how detailed I can get at a small size. So I'm learning, and that's the important part. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about it for a while, but I am still curious how the other boards I have would be. I feel like the canvas texture is relatively subtle. And I'm maybe inclined to just stick with these canvas boards just so I don't have some heavy boards sitting around that I don't know what to do with. I guess I didn't really take much time to figure out how much shadow I want on Brisket here. I think I'll leave their face kind of mostly well lit. I'll just kind of make up some shadows on their body here. I will say I do like one of the, I think mostly an advantage of acrylic is that it dries very quickly, which I think to me feels pretty beginner friendly, because you know, like I can touch this paint now and it's, you know, it's not getting on my fingers, so you know, I don't have to worry about getting it all over my hands and smearing things and stuff like that. You know, if it would take longer to dry, then I could, you know, rework things more, but also I can just build up layers to, you know, fix things that aren't quite how I want them. So I think I like the way this paint works. guess I'll give some little dots for eyes on Brisket here, and that's probably as much detail as I'll do. At least for now. Perfect. Let's see, is this actually the smallest brush I have? Oh, okay. I think this one might be the smallest. So this has a 2/0 on it. This is a 3/0. And this is just a 2. I don't really know what any of that means. But the 2, well... It's really hard to tell which one of these is finer point. This one looks like it comes to a little bit more of a point on the right. But the one on the left, like the base of it looks a little thinner. So I'm not sure. Of interest, what switches you have in your keyboard? They are cherry brown. I believe that's correct. Let's see. Yeah. I'm using a little Apple keyboard today to give myself as much room as possible. And also so I don't accidentally get paint on my most expensive of keyboards. Oh, we could use this color to put in some detail in the bus stop as well. It's actually kind of the color that I picture the bus stop being. I don't know if it's necessarily the color we'll use in the end, but for now I think it's fine. I bought a Keychron Q3 on sale and be slightly down the rabbit hole. Nice. I have a numpad that's a Keychron. I think they call this the Q0. I'm trying to. It doesn't seem to have a model number on it anywhere. But it's a nice little numpad. I was really wanting to find one that like matched perfectly the drop alt keyboard that I have, but that's the closest I've found so far. Brother gave me an old one and it's still great. Nice. I can't remember what kind of switches are in the numpad. I think they're different. There's something different but kind of similar is what I recall. All right. All right. Another thing I really need to figure out here is how exactly everything is lit. I almost did this at one point off stream. And I think I might need to do it at some point. I was considering the possibility of starting with a sketch like this and coloring it all digitally. Probably just in Procreate or something. Which is a process I'm more familiar with and more comfortable with, and that makes it easier to like experiment, or at least easier for me anyway. Probably an experienced painter would be fine with experimenting to some degree with paints, but That is certainly not the case. So that would make it a little bit easier for me to figure out things like how exactly I want the bus stop to be lit. Like generally speaking, my thought has been, you know, we have a light source that's kind of vague and to the right and up a little higher. So, you know, that's where all our light is coming from in the foreground, at least. But I feel like the bus stop is gonna be kind of lit so that it has kind of some focus on it. And I can't quite picture. I have a vague idea of how that looks in my head, but like it's not clear enough for me to just paint it without you know, working out the details in a process that would just be so much easier digitally. So I think if I spend some time to do that, it'll get me to what I'm trying to do much faster. And like I'm not concerned about for the cover. I'm not concerned about sticking to like only using traditional methods that would have been possible in 1986. My goal is just to get a cover that you would look at it and think that, you know, maybe this is a game from the 80s or something. And it seemed like a good excuse to try some painting and experiment a little with something that, you know, I might enjoy. And I find that streaming is a good way to get myself to do things that I might not find the time for normally. Efton, hello. Good to see you. You gonna put the text in digitally? Yeah. That's pretty much the plan. I don't really know how that would have likely been done in like 86. Probably not digitally. But you know, I'm not worried about recreating that exact process. So certainly I will do it digitally. I'll probably just use like right now I've got it in Photoshop, and yeah, that's probably what I'll end up sticking with. Like if I just increase the resolution, it'll get me nice crisp lines. So some stuff like that I would use like either Illustrator or Affinity Designer or Affinity Publisher. But for this, I think Photoshop's probably fine. Furniture said I have a couple of their K-series boards, including one of their low-profile models that I've been using for a few years at this point, but I'm sick of the battery dying all the time and Bluetooth sucks, so I basically never use it wirelessly. So I figured it was time to go down the custom route without spending insane amounts. This Q3 is gorgeous to type on, and the Keychron banana switches are lovely. Like a slightly smoother brown, but still tactile. Got it. Yeah, the Drop-Alt keyboard and the Keychron numpad were both like mostly assembled. I just put the keycaps on them. That was all I had to do. The Alt actually came with some keycaps already that I had to pop off first. I'm not into the keyboard thing enough to go much further than that in assembling my own keyboard. But it's kind of neat that you know, there's so much customizing you can do if you want to. Oxy Joe, hello. I'm new here, so is there an entire devlog for what you are making? Yeah, so let's see. Right now, the best thing you could do if you wanted to catch up on what I've done so far is I have VODs on Twitch of the entire thing. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way I can give you a link to that. Honestly, I don't think that I can, but if you go to the videos tab, like if you're on, like, I think usually if you click on my little avatar icon, that should take you to all the different tabs like home, about, schedule, and videos. And then you can scroll down a bit, and there's a section labeled World Builder Series that has all the World Builder streams I've done. We start out playing Enchanted Scepters, which is the game that World Builder was created for initially. And then after 3 streams of that, we get into the game dev stuff. It is pretty long. So, you know, at this point, if you're trying to, you know, get a overview of what I've done, you would definitely want to skip around a lot, I'm sure. But it's all up there. Eventually, I'll have everything on robotspacer.tv. I actually just finally am getting to the point in my backlog where I'm going to be uploading the beginning streams of that to YouTube, and then they'll also be on my site at robotspacer.tv. So that just will make things a little easier to browse. Layering on something transparent and then photographing. Yeah. I think that's probably the type of thing that would make sense. Yeah, it was meant to be a short project. I came across something where I talked about... Oh, yeah, it was in the Enchanted Scepters stream, like the first Enchanted Scepters stream. I almost made it sound like I was just going to do a single stream where we make a little game. That might have even been as small as I was thinking initially. And then at some point, I got the idea that we'd spend, I don't know, maybe a month on it, like 4 or 5 streams, something like that. But then it took over a year to actually finish. But it was all fun, and I'm pretty happy with the result. And at some point, I decided I wanted to port it to Playdate. So, like, I think that idea made me want to like polish things a little bit more. And there's still like a lot of stuff I'll probably redo for the Playdate version. But yeah, it's been a fun little project. Is this a dream game you are making, or would you call it a side quest? I would say it's more of a side quest. So the way we did this is when I first started streaming this, I had no idea whatsoever what type of game I was going to make, only that we would make it in World Builder. Like, I intentionally didn't bring any ideas with me to stream. So we started a stream, and I asked chat for ideas for the first scene. Like, what's just a place that might be an interesting place to start out in? And people suggested a bunch of stuff. And someone suggested the bus stop that we ended up with. We voted on all the options we had and narrowed it down to that one, which got the most votes. So, you know, I started making that scene, and then we just kept adding different scenes. And I think pretty quickly I started to get an idea of like what I wanted to do with the story and stuff like that, and different things I wanted to add to it. So it just kind of came together over time. It was an intentionally like unplanned process, just because I have made a lot of unfinished games in the past, and I figured that I tend to get stuck on the planning stages too much. Usually I'll end up, you know, drawing a bunch of pictures, you know, starting to like actually build something to some degree, whether it's, you know, making graphics or putting together like a little playable demo. But then I get so stuck on like the planning and trying to work out every detail that I figured not doing any of that up front might be a better way to make sure I actually finish something. And it still ended up taking a long time, but it got done. And that was the main goal. He'll read this conversation eventually. Yes, I'm a little behind on chat. Taped the back of the PCB with masking tape last night because it, quote, makes it sound better. I have no idea if it actually worked, LMAO. For me, the big thing was like, everyone says you should lube your switches. And I'm like, I don't need to do that. Some people have said it's fine not to. I'm going to simply not do it. They might have come pre-lubed. I don't remember, and I don't care. Maybe I'll go down that rabbit hole someday, but for right now, I don't need to. So World Builder is an application. Yeah, it was released in 1986 for the original Macintosh. And it's very much designed for making little point-and-click adventure games. So let me switch to... Oh, my Stream Deck went to sleep. So here's the World Builder interface. You have a graphic area and then a text area. You can actually like change the layout of these two windows however you want, and they can even be different in different scenes. You also have some menus that we can pick commands from. So you can move around like this, or you can click on things, or you can type things in here. And it makes a lot of this very easy. You can do quite a bit without any programming at all. But there is also a very simple and pretty approachable, I think, programming language if you do need to do that sort of stuff. They also suggest that you could make things that aren't adventure games with it, but it's definitely made primarily for adventure games. You can hide the weapons menu, but there's just so much about it is geared towards making little games. But it's a neat program. It's also like one of the first like multimedia applications. Like HyperCard, which is much better known, came out like the year after this. And then that kind of evolved into stuff like Director and of course Adobe Flash, which is probably the most well-known of that type of tool. Hello, Ellie says smile. Good to see you. Saw your painting, so I had to come see. This is looking so cool. Thank you. The YouTube channel, wait, do I have a button for that? Yeah, there we go. I think that, yeah. So my site at robotspacer.tv has my archive on it, and then you can also go directly to YouTube if you prefer that. Robotspacer.tv has links to both Twitch and YouTube for every stream that I have on there so far. But like I said, the World Builder stuff isn't quite there, but it will be soon. I have a huge appreciation for old school point and click games like Monkey Island. Nice. I played Monkey Island a long, long time ago on Mac. Let's see, I played, I think, the first two games, and then I played one or two of the later games at some point. But I would like to go through that whole series on stream at some point. But there's just so many things I want to stream. I will certainly get to it eventually, I'm sure. I do enjoy those games a lot. And I'm really interested in checking out the new game, but I want to go back through all the previous games first, just to refresh my memory on them better. Someone actually made a Short Day of the Tentacle fan game. Yes! Oh, in the game jam I was in recently. It's also my first game jam. Game of the day is Jellyfish. The jam is not quite ended, We're waiting eagerly for the judges' ratings. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Fractal Mind Mike at first, but I don't think he's been involved in a game jam. But he's also been doing some Day of the Tentacle inspired stuff. He's done a couple of games so far. If you're not familiar with him, we should actually do his dev channel. It's Fractal Mind Dev. So he does development streams over there. And then he also streams games on his main channel at Fractal Mind Mike. But if you like dev stuff, he's definitely worth checking out. Turns out game dev is hard, especially when you're alone. Yeah. It's a lot of work. And doing everything in a very old tool from 1986 certainly didn't help. Like, I think making a simple game like this in a modern tool would have been a lot easier in a lot of ways. But I made my choices, and I don't regret them. So. Eventually I'll catch up on chat here. I've been on the game dev trail again since September, just doing small projects. Nice. A lot of the keyboard stuff seems like audiophile levels of ridiculous BS. My friend just bought a house and is in the process of setting up his home theater, and I spent $10,000 on this speaker system with cables that are designed for lab work that make zero difference in a home setup. But the 12 kilohertz range was slightly trebly, so I sold it and tried 8 other speakers, and if you don't use my setup, you're a terrible person sentiments are upsettingly common. Yeah, I'm definitely familiar with that stuff a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. I have opinions about audio stuff, but I'm definitely not anywhere near that kind of picky. To me, stuff just like, as long as it sounds good. I definitely have opinions on what sounds good, but doubtful. The theme was for the jam was aqua, so hence the jellyfish. Got it. It's a very short game, but definitely in the top few best games of the jam. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Oh my god, it's 2 o'clock. I should probably stop. Let me fuss with this bus stop a little bit more, and then we'll call it quits. So I think, now that I've had a chance to actually get into some painting here, I think I will not do a painting stream on Sunday. I do a little bit want to, but I think I just want to do something where I can relax more. So again, that'll either be a game or that Lego set. I think I'll figure it out tomorrow. And I'll post about it on Discord at some point before then, if anyone wants to know. Or you can just wait and find out. Or you can never know at all. That's also fine. But I will stream something on Sunday afternoon. That's a mess, but that's okay. I feel like if I paint this at like double this size, I'll be able to get close to the amount of detail I want for most things. But I'm worried that I'll still struggle with things like her face, where I really want to get everything just right. The little sweetie's going to be tricky too, because I would like to, like, for example, I'd like to, you know, make it clear that there's like a heart button on here. I guess at double size, I can manage that. But I like her face, like, I'm going to want to get the eyes just right, for example, and that's going to be such a small thing. And like these fairly thick lines are kind of the best I can do. Double size, yeah. I was thinking something like this size, but I think this is too big. It's just going to be so much paint. And like for large areas like the sky and the ground, I think it'll just be harder to get it looking how I want it with so much space. You know, I could get bigger brushes, which would help, but I don't know. I think this is too big. So I think a little bit closer to this size is going to be about right. I can't remember the exact size of the boards I was looking at, but I think it's pretty close to this, maybe a tiny bit bigger. But like, even at this size, like, I'm not going to be able to get lines as fine as this. And I just, I'm not sure if that's a concern or not. Just trying to decide if I want to fuss with this anymore. Let's put a little more, I'm going to put a little bit of highlight on this bus shelter here. I think I gave Efton a shout out. Okay. So again, I don't know exactly how this is lit. Like, in some specific instances, like, we have physical lights. Like, there's some lights on the porch of the house, which I think for the purposes of this illustration, I'm actually going to ignore. But for the most part, there's not really a physical source of light in the game. And I think I kind of like that. I'm fine with it. But it does make it difficult to figure out where the light should be coming from. But like, I feel like the bus stop is maybe just kind of like, the way I picture it in my head, there's just kind of a glow around the whole thing. And I think it's on the bus stop itself, it's probably mostly coming from above. So like, there'd be some highlights on the bench. And like this upper part of the roof is gonna have some highlights along there. I guess we can go ahead and put a highlight here as well. See if I can clean up these shapes a little bit better. Like this highlight, this big blob here is supposed to be the top of the bench. It's a little bit better. Definitely, wow, that now that the ground is dry, it looks really blotchy. When it was wet, it looked a little rough, but it looked very different than this. It's interesting. But we'll have lots of layers over that. I do feel like I like the general colors of this. We'll definitely want more green in the foreground on the ground here. Like the way I drew the bus stop in the game, like it's meant to be kind of dirt around it, but then it kind of, like grass kind of fades in towards the edges. And I think the house, we have kind of a dirt path going up to the front of it. So that's, you know, kind of just a mix of dirt and grass is what I'm picturing for all of that. If Don says, just choose one source and don't make things too complicated for yourself. Yeah. Yeah. You're probably right. I guess, like my thought with the foreground, like the character and the cat, like, you know, I've planned to have the light source from this direction. But like when we get into the stuff in the back, mainly just the bus stop, like, you know, I don't know exactly what is the source of this light on these two elements. So it's like, you know, is it coming back here somewhere, or, you know, is it more up front? That's the thing I'm trying to figure out. But I guess I maybe won't worry about it too much. So maybe I should have the light coming more from the right side of the bus stop a little bit. I don't know. But I guess I'm also not that worried if it isn't, as long as it looks okay. I don't care if it's, you know, necessarily accurate. Anyway, I think that's gonna be it for today. We made good progress, and it's late. Hello, GoDappy. It'll sell 1 million. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. So I guess I'll ramble about next week while I'm cleaning my brush here. So like I was saying, I'm going to do a stream on Sunday because Unsecret Crush is going to be playing Werewolf. And I usually do an afternoon stream when she's doing that. I'll probably just play a game. I think I want to play one of the little games. It might be Slat Studios' Betrayed Alliance Book 1. I think that's probably a good option for something we can get through in a single stream. There's a bunch of little games like that I've just been wanting to check out that aren't super long. And I think that would be a lot of fun. That game looks really great. It was released a while back and then recently done with all new art, and the new art looks fantastic. And it looks like a fun, like I think it's actually SCI, Sierra's Creative Interpreter game, like made in the same engine they used and everything. Regardless, it's very much that style of like, early Quest for Glory or Colonel's Bequest, like that kind of pixel art. Regardless, something like that on Sunday. Tuesday, Maupiti Island. And again, on Tuesday, Tuesday is the 18th, so it will become my birthday at midnight. Which, the thing I want most for my birthday is to finish Maupiti Island. I'm going to try not to get my hopes up too much, but I am going to do my best to finish that game on Tuesday. I don't know if it'll happen, but I really want it to. And then, of course, a week from today, we'll be back painting again. I might try to find time to experiment a little bit more before then, but let's be real, I probably won't have time. I have a lot. We got a lot going on next week. We just have a lot of stuff to take care of, basically, along with birthday and etc. Let's see. There we go. Actually, show another quick look at what we accomplished here. Not bad. Here's the drawing. Obviously, the drawing is a little more detailed, but considering I had no idea what I was doing and wasn't even really prepared at the start of stream, I think it's pretty good progress. And, you know, again, this is just meant as a little test painting, so I'm not trying to get everything perfect. I'm just trying to get used to the process and figure some things out. Will we be getting the Garfield striped beard? Absolutely not. Never again, honestly. I might still have stains on my chin from the beard dye. I haven't fully shaved in a while, so I don't know if it's still there, but last time I checked, there was still like just a little bit where like it's just a little bit darker in one spot. I assume it'll fully come out someday, but yeah. If you had to cosplay one character from Maupiti Island, who would it be? That's tough. I don't know. Oh, maybe I would do the main character. I can't remember exactly what his outfit looks like, but you do see it when you're following someone. And I feel like it was a little more of a fun outfit than what most of the characters wear. Like, you know, Roy's just like a tank top and a diamond earring. I definitely wouldn't want to cosplay in that. And I feel like most of the characters don't. Like I feel like out of the women, like Anita and Maggie both have kind of interesting looks, but out of the guys, like I can't think of any of them that I would want to dress up as. That's not the dye? I mean, I don't know. Pixel Turkey, hello. Good to see you. I hope you've been enjoying playing the Gabriel Knight games. Favorite King's Quest game? Ooh, very good question. This feels like an easy answer, but I think I gotta say 6 overall is my favorite. I do really love 5. And I'm also a huge fan of 3. I think mostly because that was the first one I ever played. And just there's things about it that I think are a little bit different than a lot of them and pretty interesting. Even if they are a little bit punishing, like the spell incantations and stuff. Bruce, you can cosplay with a tank top, sweatpants, and a half-empty bottle of rum. 6 is the correct answer. Yeah, like I feel like that's the most loved one out of the bunch. It's such a good game. Like I love the art is fantastic. Music, voice acting. I love the different ways you can get an ending, and the variety of endings they have is honestly kind of amazing. Just so many good things about it. Also, hello, Jim, too. Hope you're doing well. You should play Pixel and Jeff's Den of Kayaking game on Sunday. So I did think about that. I am excited to play that, but I know some other folks have been streaming it, and I know it'll take more than one stream. So I don't want to start it until I have time for a game that'll take me a few streams. So yeah, that's why I want to play something shorter on Sunday. Just because I don't know, like I don't want to start a game and then have to wait a few weeks to get back to it. Like that will be frustrating for me, and probably also people watching. I've done a large bag with a $ sign on it. Nice. But yeah, I am super excited to check that out. But also King's Quest 8 and maybe in some others. 6 is kind of the obvious choice, but I gotta say King's Quest 8 was pretty radical. So I was actually a beta tester on King's Quest 8. My name is in the credits and everything, which I'm very proud of. I honestly didn't contribute all that much, but I'm still very proud of it. And like I enjoy it a lot for what it is. I wish it was more polished. I wish it had reached its potential, I think. I would love to see a King's Quest 3D game from like that group of people back then. Like obviously, like, you know, that's never gonna happen because, you know, that group of people is not together anymore. Certainly some different people could make something with that kind of a vibe to it, but King's Quest 8 could use a remake. It would be interesting if it got remade, but it seems like that would probably be the last choice for anyone to remake, unfortunately. But I do feel like it makes more sense to remake games that didn't quite reach their potential than it does to remake something that, you know, is already great. We did play it on stream. Yeah, I played through the whole entire King's Quest series, at least everything that was an official Sierra game, including the 2015 episodic series, which I actually really enjoyed. I think that had some flaws too, but you know, everything's got its flaws. It was pretty fun. Okay. I just remembered the new raid tool. Switch has this new thing to help you find somebody to raid, and it hasn't been around that long, but I keep forgetting about it. So let's see. I don't know how it works exactly. I just want to try it. How do I do this? Find the perfect raid. Raid browser. Okay. So how does this work? So it's got different filters I can choose. Huh. I assume like the top suggestions it's giving me without choosing any filters, I think are just other people streaming art. But they're not people I'm familiar with. Okay, so I can filter by people I'm following, which I generally prefer. I think the problem I have with this is like, I don't know, what if what if it's missing stuff that that I would prefer to see? Like, I feel disoriented by this interface. Is the main thing. Similar in smaller size. This does seem great if, like, I'm looking to find something new. But I feel like if I just want to raid someone I'm familiar with, which is usually the case, it's maybe not the best way to do that. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. I think, well, let me check out a couple of streams here real quick. I think we'll probably raid Ghoul Babe. She's playing the 1997 Blade Runner, which I haven't seen too much of. I have a copy of it, and I would like to play it myself sometime, but I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of it. And I know it's like I think it's a little different each time you play it, so, you know, I'm less worried about spoilers than I might normally be. Also on that game, I haven't played it yet. Nice. Game is awesome. Oh, geez, I missed all kinds of chat. Thank you all for all the tips on how to get to the raid browser. Completely missed those. I feel like most Twitch implementations, it's a neat idea executed poorly. Yeah, like it ultimately just kind of depends on what you're after, I think. And I think after I get used to it, I'll probably be more comfortable using it. Feel disoriented by this interface is the phrase of the 2020s for me so far. Just applicable at all times. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty relatable, honestly. See ya, Oxy Joe. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you. All right. Here we go. Here's some raid messages if you would like to join the robot parade. Thank you all for hanging out. It feels weird to be looking sideways while I'm talking to you all. Let's move this over here so I can do this slightly more normally. I hope y'all have a good weekend. Maybe I'll see you Sunday. Maybe I'll see you Tuesday. Regardless, please take care of yourselves, and we'll see you around.